welcome back tonight in Sergeant Ziva's office. Well, right outside. You met him after your scuffle with a street gang who identified themselves as the Finders Keepers. You have reason to believe that this may be a deception, but to what end you are not yet sure. Another street gang, likely the True Keepers, assisted you in battle against them, but their primary concern was for Amelia. However, Amelia, now a specter of her former self, begged Percy to send them away. She asked that not to hurt them, mind, but get them to leave so they didn't see her in this state. Although the situation was contentious, in the end, they left after Percy convinced Amelia to reassure them that she was okay. They indicated that guards may be on the way, giving a very precise time for their arrival. And one in particular, a Sergeant Ziva, was someone that they seemed to trust. You had a brief moment to talk to Amelia and examine the bodies when a half-elf with an authoritative swagger and a team of guards following his lead arrived on the scene. Sergeant Ziva had a few questions about your involvement, but ultimately he had a relatively reasonable and rational head on his shoulders and seemed to trust you. And maybe or maybe not, because Percy dropped Jack's name. It's very possible he knows more than he is letting on. He asked that you see him in his office at the Northgate Barracks, and when you got there, he explained that he's worried about the transformation that you witnessed. He thinks that it might be related to a drug epidemic that's hurting the poor in East Bank. Specifically, he's concerned about the homeless population in a sewer system or a sewer access system he referred to as the dregs. He says that usually the drugs turn people lethargic and docile, but recently there have been some devastating instances of people becoming just savagely violent. However, he doesn't have the resources to investigate properly. He can't get clearance with the higher-ups, and hopes that you can help. In his office, he waves you back inside and comes over to his desk. This is after his now defamed privates have been fired and asked to leave, escorted off the premises by Sergeant's loyal staff.
They got arrested, didn't they?
Did they?
Yes, they did. I think.
I have it in my... Oh yeah, he did it, right? I have it in my notes that they got escorted, but you're right, he arrested him. Thank you.
Put in the slammer.
Yo.
Because they participated in bribery.
It's not that bad.
And as you guys return to his office, he gestures to his gnome ally over here, and he says, "This is Trustee Scuttlebutt," he says, and has absolutely no hint of humor on his face whatsoever. "She's my right hand. She can give you all the details you'll need. If you'll excuse me, I need to go find myself some plausible deniability. Please do not be here when I get back." And he leaves you in his office, and...
Bye.
God, you look like brothers.
What?
He's like a Chatter Lucius. Like he's cooler than you in every way. He's got bigger ears, better hair.
Bigger ears?
Yeah.
I told you were. I told you were constantly mistaken for a half elf.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm like, bigger ears. What do you mean?
I mean, everything about him is bigger and better than you.
We'll see. Unzips. Shit. Cries.
Now we're playing Try.
If we could focus on the task at hand.
Sorry.
Damn it, now we get bonked.
But Trusty Scuttlebutt jumps up on the chair and then the desk, so she is standing closer to eye level with you than she normally does. Again, clipboard in hand, goggles on forehead. She looks up at you, smiles, and she goes, "Trusty is my title, by the way. My name's Selfie, just so we're clear."
Pleasure to meet you, Selfie Scuttlebutt.
That's me. So, do you have any questions about, well, anything really?
Well, to start with, what precisely are these dregs that Sergeant mentioned?
The dregs are it's the tunnels beneath East Bank. I guess they connect to the sewers and lead out to the river.
Ah, charming place, I'm sure.
I wouldn't put it on a list of tourist attractions. But I guess some people like it. Is Destrian fighting the urge to just be like, "You're so adorable"?
He's more trying to figure out whether or not she's fucking with him.
He's fighting the urge to say, "Oh, bless you."
He's like,
She's absolutely terrifying.
Of the people who do seem to like it, are there any that can lay claim to it in any way? Consider it their territory, turf, or whatever you want to call it. That is immensely important on the East Bank.
You picked up on that, huh? No, nobody's fighting over the dregs.
Out of curiosity, sorry, go on.
It smells.
Oh, good. So we don't have to go down there.
Oh, there are people down there. They're just not fighting over it.
Oh.
Only people who go down there don't have anywhere else to go.
Has there been any pattern that anyone's been able to discern from the incidents that Ziva mentioned?
Anyone or anyone important?
Well, if they know a pattern, I would consider them very important.
Well, I've noticed some things.
And
It only happens at night. Doesn't matter when people are doing the drugs, because people live down there all the time. But these attacks only happen at night. That seems weird to me.
it does.
Which, by the way, might be a good idea to go down during the day if you're gonna be poking around.
Agreed.
That's not
Agreed.
atmospheric.
What did you say?
So, but that's not atmospheric.
Just point of clarification. When we were outside of the cannery, it was daylight when the guys transformed, right?
No, it was it was dusk.
It was like
It was just hitting dusk.
dusk.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And
But it wasn't like full night.
Got it. And I know that, well, resources or the will, at least, to perform any kind of investigation have been scarce, but is anything known of the nature of this crimson? How it's made, what goes into it, anything of the sort?
Well, we recently did a raid on a warehouse that was we believe to have been the main storage site of the manufacturing, but we don't actually know how it's made. We have been looking for answers about what it is, but it's been a lot more difficult than you'd expect. It appears to have, well, it's not just... Well, I guess it is just organic compounds, but it's a little bit more complicated than normal alchemy, is all I'm saying.
Creature parts.
Say that again?
Creature parts.
And she tilts her head and gets the expression like she is very impressed.
What do you mean, Lucius?
I mean, that's the only thing I could think of that would cause somebody to transform in that way. When it comes to alchemical substances or powder.
The thing is, it's not like any creature we know of.
That's becoming less and less surprising.
Probably something of undead.
This makes her scowl a little, and she's just like, "Oh, right, yeah, okay."
Oh, you're making fun of me.
What? It's like how vampire makes spawn. Transforms into
Vampires,
those
sure. Sure.
I'm not
That
saying it
sounds
would be vampires. I'm just saying it could be something like it.
right. Yes.
You know, if you're condescending to me, I'm just going to stand on a stool.
She laughs at that. She genuinely thinks that's quite funny. No, you're right. I'm sorry. To be fair, you guys have seen so much more of the world than I have, and there's a lot of unanswered questions. So, you know what? I will actually give you the benefit of the doubt. It could be undead. Might be. Might be something else. I'm not sure. I know that it's got some very complicated and very potent magic.
Apart from Aspire, is there anywhere in the city where magic of that nature would be expected?
Well, I mean,
Likely.
obviously there's the nobles who keep mages in their entourage, but other than that, no.
Is that her? I assume in Dalston that's a lengthy list.
Of nobles? Yeah. Or, well, nobles and rich folk.
So rarely is there a difference. One other question. Obviously, on the East Bank, there are the Finders Keepers. Whatever incarnation of them is currently in ascendance. But are there any other organizations, gangs, or anything of that sort that makes its home over there?
Over there?
Stakes its claim, at least.
No, there's just mostly the Finders Keepers, although they're moving a little bit out of the East Bank. Targeting more people in the mall and things like that. But no, there's mostly just them and, you know, whoever's collected on a street corner trying to fight them off. But, you know, on this side of the river, it's just sometimes maybe it's best to comply with the coin guard. It just gets really complicated really fast.
We found that, yes. I've, Thank you for the warning.
So, when you go down there, can you... Or at least when you come back, can you tell me what it was like? And she does this sort of weird little, like, movement of her foot that shows a little bit of an excitement.
Probably stinks.
Oh, I know. I just kind of, when I signed up to be a guard, I was kind of hoping to, get my hands dirty and help people. And there's a lot more note-taking than I thought there was going to be.
Well, maybe you should give adventuring a try. Or campaigning.
That's a very big world for little old me, but I appreciate that vote of confidence.
Does she have any weapon on her?
She appears to have a belt with a lot of little pouches, several other pouches that are also hanging from her belt, and lots of pockets. On first glance, you don't see anything that looks like a weapon, but you can go ahead and give me a perception check.
Ooh, I'm great at eye checks. Hiya.
I check.
Right,
Nice
not
one.
bad.
Inside her jacket, there does appear to be a holster of some description. You don't know what it's for. Could be a dagger, for example. Could be a slingshot, maybe. And she also does appear to have something tucked into the back of her, where her ankle calf area.
Oh no.
She's got a derringer.
These guys are
But you get the distinct impression that she doesn't draw weapons very often, and she is probably terrifying. She could probably blow us all up right now.
If I had $1 for every person that could do that in this room, I'd have $5.
I'm just listening into her overall thoughts.
Heavy metal.
It's just Doom Guy music.
It's just Sabaton.
Her immediate surface level thoughts, don't even worry about that. Her immediate surface level thoughts are, she seems a little conflicted about you guys. She definitely had the foregone sort of conclusion that you guys were a little bit, because, talking about undead and vampires and shit, that's a little weird. But at the same time, you guys really do sound very, lucid, and like you know what you're talking about, and like you're gonna be helpful, so she kind of likes you guys. She kind of hopes you come back from the dregs. It would be nice if you guys actually came back. That'd be really cool.
Your friendly neighborhood band of psychos. You want to see what we're gonna do, but you don't want to be anywhere near us when it happens.
Do you want to,
To be fair, there's a reason why the psycho gene has remained. I keep you all alive.
True.
Did you want to probe further?
He would pass that along, just kind of to Lucius and Destrin. This is what she's thinking. As you guys would be like, oh, he can just do that. Okay. And then I would pause and go, I do not think it is a necessity to probe further.
Going to be putting a pin in that phrasing, and you'll have to explain a little more later, because this is a brand new trick that I have to admit some curiosity to. But Miss Scuttlebutt or Trusty Scuttlebutt, which is there a preference?
You can call me Trusty. Everybody here does.
Pleased to hear it. Well, you seem to have a measure of, well, you're the pouches and the like. Are you familiar with the matters arcane or alchemical?
Her face kind of lights up. Eyes wide, sparkly. I am. Yeah.
Marvelous. Is there anything that we could provide that would allow you a clearer view of this crimson? The substance itself, or ingredients, or anything of the like?
Anything you can find, really. I'm doing as much research as I can. Obviously, I'm not as well outfitted as the folks in Aspire, but I do care a little bit more, and I get my work done quicker. And you can roll a bit of an insight check if you want on that.
Would any of us know, is Trusty like a real official title that she can be given that isn't just like you are too not murder capable to give a sword to and send out there?
Yeah, I mean, if you've spent any time in like cities, you would know. So Destrian definitely knows that yes, Trusty is a rank just above private, just below, or basically on par with corporal.
Ah.
But they're not like considered a frontliner.
Exactly. Yeah, she obviously is the person who the sergeant goes to for answers.
Mm-hmm.
Would surprise against probably Destrian more than anybody, because he's got a little bit more experience with just guards and like official like military forces or peacekeeping forces of that nature. The fact that Sergeant Ziva seems to be the highest ranking person around here, running a whole barracks in a city at night, and he's a sergeant. That's weird.
Suppose he probably would ask about that, because I was curious about it in my journal entry too. So yeah, how would he phrase it?
You don't have to ask about it.
No, he is curious. Like he absolutely wants to know this. I'm just trying to think how he would like approach the subject.
So, Sergeant Ziva.
Okay, so yeah, I guess he'd just say something like, so is this the ranking officers' quarters?
Yep, it is indeed. Well, for the night watch, anyway.
How many are in the night watch?
I assure you she knows, and it's a reasonable number for a town of about 4,000.
Fair enough.
I don't know what that would be.
And does he... Well, is there another barracks elsewhere with a captain or anything like that? I'm just trying to get the lay of the land.
Say that one more time, sorry.
Is there another barracks in the city with a captain or something of the Night Watch?
And at this point, she clearly twigs to the nature of your question. Her
Mhm.
eyebrow quirks a little bit. And she goes, no, the center of command for the Night Watch is right here.
Pity a man of his talents and responsibilities hasn't risen further in the ranks.
Like a duck. And talks like a duck. Everyone around you's gonna treat it like a duck. Sergeant Ziba is a good captain. And she nods very decisively.
Certainly seems to be.
Ask her why she thinks he hasn't been raised up. It doesn't matter if she answers you or not.
Holy shit!
That's fucked up.
And the rest of you can insight check Destrian for a moment.
Just goes, oh my, what the fuck, Solus?
Interested.
She's like a child.
Yeah, no, like you totally do see a moment. Lucius at least totally sees a moment on Destrian's face of just, oh my god, Solus, what the fuck? But he tries to kind of like just keep his face to keep it together a little bit, and yeah, I guess he'll just straight up ask, does he have enemies who have prevented his rise?
And she gets this look on her face of, I wouldn't say that. And to you, she says, oh, no, it's, I'm sure when they need someone to be captain, they'll make him captain. But, Solus, you do pick up, that, basically, something along the lines of, I keep telling him he's got to stop making waves.
Eller, I feel like an honest man like him makes waves, and I think we should... Is there any way we could help him out?
Okay. A man of integrity such as he in a city such as this tends to, well, as you say, make way. Or, she didn't say make ways, did she?
No, she did not. I'll let you burn an inspiration to not say that.
Done. A man of integrity such as he in a city such as this, it is often the case. Is there anything other than the dregs that we could do to assist? We have a affinity for people in his position.
Huh?
Solus, right away you get, oh, yeah. But out loud what she says is, well, come back from the dregs first, and then we'll see. But I know he'd be real appreciative, and if you're helpful...
Destrian kind of nods and just goes, well, we'll see when we get back then. We'll bed down for the night in the Weary's Rest and head in the morning. Most likely.
The Weary's Rest, huh?
Yes, the proprietor is rather venal, isn't he?
Oh, that's going to be true no matter where you go. You might want to look into, if you're going to be in town for a while, you might want to get into, buy a Regulus token.
A what now?
Regulus token.
Oh, yeah, a Regulus token. If you if you have Regulus tokens, there's a lot of charges you don't get.
Such as bridge tolls.
Oh no, you're definitely gonna get those no matter what.
I hate
But like at the establishments, there's you know what, you'll see. Depends on how long you'll be in town. They're usually not that expensive.
Marvelous. Well, we look at the other. Do you gentlemen have anything else you wish to ask?
Not at this point.
I'm all assed out.
Well, pardon me if I know that this is outside of your purview, but you're the first person in this town that's actually given us straight answers. Well, you and the sergeant, at least, are the first people in this town to have given us straight answers about just about anything. What happened to the previous governor? We've heard that there was a scandal of some kind, and that the city's much in an uproar over it, but nobody's given us a straight answer as to what exactly it was.
You can see she gets a that's a big question. Look on her face, jumps back up on the chair, back up on the desk, and is like, all right, I gotta prepare for this story. Yeah, no, it was a pretty big scandal here for people in town. What have you heard?
Honestly, pretty much just what I told you there. There was a scandal that led to his, well, leaving the city, and then some say that he took his life.
That's about the size of it. What we found out. Well, the Lord Governor is elected, but then he can hold on to that until, he dies. And the investigation into his actions led us to find out that he was participating in a cheating scandal that involved placing bets on some tournament competitions, and then actually using some drugged up competitors to hedge those bets. Stolas, by the way, you are picking up that she obviously does not buy this story. She doesn't understand how somebody who could say things like he's going to start bringing in regulations to get certain things under control would participate in something like this. But her surface thoughts are a little bit muddled about it. Frustrations and things making it very difficult to wade through exactly what she's thinking.
What manner of competitions? Oh, sorry.
The tournaments up at Pinnacle Park. Tourneys. You've been to a tourney, right?
Yes, but normally they're just full of a bunch of noble tops beating the hell out of each other.
I mean, yeah, that's the fun of it.
Huh?
There.
But when we found out that he was doing that to obviously enrich himself, he was stripped of his office and ran out of town, and he was found hanging from a tree 2 weeks later, so no trial necessary.
I see, and I'm certain that a full and thorough check of the body and the environs around the hanging revealed that there was no possible suspicion of foul play.
No skin under his nails.
None that I was allowed to examine?
Well, thank you, Trusty Scuttlebutt.
Yeah, and just before his daughter died, too.
How?
Oh, she was... Oh! Context. She was helping him. Do you remember when I said about the drug? Using drugged up?
Aye.
Well, somebody had to be manufacturing those drugs. Do you remember the big warehouse score that I told you about?
Yes.
Well, that's where we captured the leader of the Finders Keepers. Turns out, Governor's daughter had some secrets.
She was killed in the raid?
She was arrested, and then apparently tried to make an escape and got killed in that attempt. All very above board, I assure you.
Yes, remarkably inconvenient for the investigation, though.
Indeed.
Well, mayhap we'll find some answers in the dregs. If nothing else, perhaps at least we can put an end to whatever violence is erupting down there.
And she very genuinely says, I do hope so. It's not right to just ignore him.
If you don't mind my asking, who is it that, Sergeant Ziva obviously gives orders to everyone here, but who is it that his orders come from?
And Captain of the Guard. Daywatch.
I see, and the gentleman's name?
That would be Captain Logan. Solus. He does not like Captain Logan. He calls him Captain Blowhard.
Interesting. He passed that along, yeah.
Well, if you guys don't have any other questions, I'm sure Sergeant Ziva will be back real soon. And, he actually meant it when he said, please don't be here.
Well, thank you again, Trusty. Hopefully we will return shortly with news.
Looking forward to it. And if you ever need any, like, help, or if you think I could... Sometimes we do a little bit of freelancing, or I could... Ignore me. Just, it's okay. I will talk to you guys later. And she jumps off the thing. A little mage hand comes out and opens the door.
Neat trick.
But did she do the components for it?
No.
She didn't either? Oh.
She's a 12th level caster.
She's like me.
How'd you know?
Solus,
Look up
here boy.
Elder and made the character sheet.
Yeah.
You are a very big cat.
He's like the size of her.
True.
About, yeah.
I love that we both went around the table and Solus, like,
Climbs
almost
onto it.
certainly jumped up
Very
onto it.
cat-like.
and walked
Extremely
across.
cat-like.
It literally went through my head to go around, and then I was like, no, he would go across the table.
Heading back to the Weary's Rest.
No.
Yes.
Getting our horses
Well,
and going back there.
What
yeah.
time is it? Will we make it back by 10 bells?
You think that you definitely need to ride the horses.
Oh, come on, we wouldn't want to offend his delicate sensibilities and ask him to do something as awful as be hospitable.
Too true.
Isn't that the point?
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
I hate this town.
Nice things about this town.
Huh?
Yeah, you're gonna see them in the sewers. Which is where you're going to go.
You don't have to go to the sewers. You can.
No, we're going to the sewers. There's
Lucius-
smelly people down there.
Lucius is a drifter. He doesn't like being charged to walk across a bridge.
Swim.
Yeah, exactly. He
To be
would.
fair, you charge a minimal amount to get over there, but it's the getting back thing that's the real expensive part.
And he
They stop
absolutely
people
will
from swimming
swim.
back over. Because like this can't be to scale, but like it. Do they charge people for like this, or do they like shoot you if you're in the water, or like what happened?
You don't know.
That's just very fair. I'm going to find out shortly.
But for now, I suppose, back to Weary's Rest.
Yerp.
And will you be going into the tavern proper, or are you just going straight to bed? Do you want
We
to
didn't-
talk, basically, or do you just want to go up to the dorm?
We
Which
didn't have to
looks
eat last time we
Nothing
came
like the dorm in Ardgrove.
Well, Destrian does have a few questions.
back. Yeah, we can eat.
Walk-in hasn't quite hit 10 bells yet, and the proprietor seems genuinely a little bit annoyed by it. But he comes over, gruff as all, and asks, is there anything I can get for you?
What do you have?
Yeah, ask him for the menu.
Just so you know, recitating the menu comes with a copper surcharge, and then he starts listing off all the different things that you can order. It's normal tavern fare. It's not even that long of a list. It's things like beef stew, mutton, chicken pie, and then like beer, ale, and mead. It doesn't have a name.
Fair enough.
Get water here.
Give me the chicken pot pie.
So that'll be chicken pot pie, mutton. What about you two?
I'll have the stew.
Stew.
I don't know, but sound pretty good.
There we go. And
You mutton, a
ale or
pie,
mead?
and a stew.
Ale or mead?
I don't want to drink.
Suit
Mead.
yourself. Two mead.
Didn't
Two
even ask
mead.
Lucius that.
Mm. Water.
And water it is. And then he shuffles off, grabs your 2 meads and a water, places them in front of you, and goes off to fetch your food. It will probably be a few minutes, so you find yourself mostly alone. It is late enough that the dinner rush is long over, and the stragglers here are likely regulars who. It's kind of sad to see them here, and travelers and the like. Traders and things like that, business in town for longer than just a few hours. As you guys talk, go ahead and talk. If you want, you can roll perception checks for what you hear around the chatter that you hear around the bar.
Sure.
First time flavoring my water.
Alternatively, if you want, you can nominate one person to roll with advantage, or
I
you
choose
can. There you go.
that guy.
Destrin, roll again.
Okie dokie.
Well,
19. All right. Well, then you can go ahead and if you had questions that you wanted to ask or things that you wanted to talk about now, you can do that now, or I can tell you what you hear.
Well, he does have just a couple of questions for Solus. Because he meant it when he said we're putting a pin in that.
starting with what the fuck, man?
So yeah, he'll kind of pour some of the mead out into a shallower bowl for Solus. So, what you did with the young trustee, was that real? You could peer into their mind?
Yes. It's really... all minds are rather similar. They seem to hum and sing. I've begun to remember the music of them. It's more the thoughts within. Though they might notice someone poking around, which people usually take a bit less appreciatively than you would understand for such a subtle skill.
No, I believe I understand rather well.
And
And
try
you do
and,
that too. Oh, sorry, go on.
and I can try and pull out specifics, especially if you're pushing them on a topic. But I was just listening to her overall music, so to say.
Can you do that with anyone?
It does require effort. But he nods. Yes. Unless they have some form of way of deflecting it, which is rare and expensive.
Huh. But, well, I hope you won't take it amiss that I do find it somewhat comforting that there are ways of blocking it out.
What, are you afraid of him reading your mind?
Perhaps not him, but, well, I'm sure you can understand there are things in my mind I don't fancy being shared about.
I have no interest in sharing any of your thoughts.
I welcome anyone to read my mind.
Destrian genuinely, like, swings over to Solus, just like, I mean...
Alright, let's give this a shot. Alright. Give me a moment. As he's going to have to keep it subtle, as he is, like, dipping his hand and drinking mead from a bar. As he's going to settle. And then... he's gonna upcast it. I'm at a second level. and I'm gonna hit. And then I'm just going to go, okay, now think of something, Lucius.
There you go.
Something that makes you happy.
Just a reminder, you don't have to subtle spell for the surface level thoughts only. You can just we're going a little bit toward Baldur's Gate on that one. Nice. I like my nat 20 no matter what. You're welcome for that saving throw. We're going a little Baldur's Gate on the detect thoughts. You do still have to spend this spell slot, obviously, but if you're going for surface level thoughts only, you just automatically do that and nobody knows you're doing it. If you want to probe deeper, then you have to do the sorcery points in order for them not to know that you're doing that. Make sense?
Yes.
Cool.
All right, Lucius, think about that crazy. Think about the, I don't know.
You get
Think about
skateboarding monkey. Look at Gen Chat.
So,
Oh my gosh. Classic.
Do you want to probe deeper, by the way? With that way, and
Skateboarding monkey.
picturing a skateboarding monkey. All right. What a fantastic use of a third level spell.
This might be the greatest third level I've ever used.
Do you want to do anything more with this particular detect thoughts?
He would go, what do you think of Sword? And then he would look over towards Sword. And he would be looking at Lucius's head.
And what is your instinctive reaction to that question? If you would like to be able to control that, if you'd like to be able to control it, I will ask that you roll a wisdom save just to see if you can keep your thoughts under control. So Solus only hears what you want.
Oh no, he's letting Solus do whatever at the moment.
So what do you think of Sword? What's your initial reaction to that? We're gonna play some word association. Sword.
Oh, he did mute. Use. He unmuted. Go ahead, remute. I'll tell you when I'm done. There you go. Useful brooding drunk. He equates him to a person who drinks his fucking sorrows away, even though he doesn't drink.
You got a minute of this, Solus. Do you wanna probe anything else?
What do you think of Destrian?
Ooh.
You want me to deafen?
Sure, if you want.
Okay, I'm making some tea while this happens, so I'm just going to take my headphones off. Christine just yell when I should put them back on.
Now my feelings haven't been hurt, and I'm happy.
It was the weirdest response. So what about Destrian?
Destrian. Daddy's boy knight wannabe, but fun to be around.
Damn, knight wannabe.
Correct. Excellent.
I don't know what you said. What I do know is it made Christine cackle.
Here's another. And for the last one, what do you think of the Baroness?
The Baroness. Immediate
Yes.
thoughts.
Yes, you almost lost me to her. And he still talks about her frequently.
Oh, yeah. You would get the impression, I'll kill her if she steals you.
Interesting. No, that's all I wanted. Skateboarding monkey. Never lets me down.
And actually, in that sort of moment of silence where Solus was sort of looking at Lucius, then looking at Sword, then looking at Lucius, then looking at you, and everybody's just watching those two just look at each other awkwardly for a little while. Destrian, you start hearing a bit of chatter around the bar. And with a, 19? Yeah, you hear kind of a few things. Not too far away from you, two men sit at the bar, so just off map to your left. And they seem to know each other and are catching up, like their schedules have aligned. Two traders who don't always have overlapping visits, but do this time and are grabbing a quick drink and just shooting the shit. One of them seems to be lamenting or at least commenting on the fact that it's not as busy in here as it used to be. And the other one sort of snickers and basically says, that can't be a surprise. Heck, I'd avoid it too if I could. No matter where you go in this town, someone's picking your pocket. I'd had high hopes when that Lord Governor was started talking about regulations and whatnot, but I guess it's true what they say about power turning you sour. The other guy sort of leans over conspiratorially and says, I heard that was a frame job. The man killed himself. You don't do that if you're innocent. Or maybe that's just what they want you to think. They? Who's they? Nah, that whole family's crooked. Little rich bitch daughter of his got her ass kicked stealing from the likes of us, and daddy's a cheat, embezzling money. He wasn't against them, he was one of them. And then the other guy says, That's kind of why I'm hoping that Duval character maybe starts throwing his hat into the ring. He is not one of them. Ain't even a lord. He's the kind of man we need. You think he'll run? Just some tournament jock? I thought Lord Beaumont was a lock for sure. I don't know, I keep hearing things. Nothing more than what ifs, but kind of makes you think. Meanwhile, Lord Beaumont's going to be meeting with some of the Promenade merchants tomorrow morning. I wonder who's got the better chance. Then they sort of laugh about it, and somebody says, You thinking you might go see what he has to say? Oh yeah, he'll probably be doling out favors, so...
That's it, I'm running for governor.
All you need is money and power, so
I can get
we're
both.
fucked. Legally.
We don't have to roleplay this out, or we can if you prefer. But Destrian would basically shoot quickly to Solus and just kind of say, "You mind if I take the rest of this mead?"
Yes, I think you'll need it.
And well, he will actually carry both mugs over to the two gentlemen, and basically kind of put him try and kind of integrate himself into their conversation. Starting with Duval, basically just being like, "Oh, Duval, is he? You know, I've heard his name up at Pinnacle Park and blah, blah, and kind of." I heard you talk about it. Can you? I'm new in town. Can you tell me anything? Acting like really interested in trying to get them talking about first him and then Lord Beaumont, and just try and learn what he can.
By the way, you said that you handed over at least one of those drinks?
Yes.
From on the other side of the bar, you hear the proprietor go, "Plate sharing. That's a surcharge."
We're not sharing a plate. It's a mug.
Same thing.
Destrian genuinely stops and looks at the mug in his hand and is like,
And the guy just shakes his head and takes it, and he's just like, "Hey, the surcharge is less than the drink, thanks, man."
It's and then he'll shrug and sort of try and start pumping them for information. Do you want me to like just roll, or do you want to role play it out?
Start with what is the sort of first thing that you're trying to find out, or can you tell me what it is you're trying to find out?
Basically, I'm trying to find out as much information as they are kind of willing to share, and then at the same time sort of assess how much of it is accurate versus just bullshit rumor about Duval and Lord Beaumont.
Give me a investigation and insight check, and you can do investigation with charisma.
Thank you. Okay, so that is basically that's just going to be a charisma check then. So let me quickly roll that. I'm gonna hey, and then insight
18. Much higher.
Actually, yeah. I mean, the dice added up to 18.
Right? They are a chatty bunch. They sort of have that conversational style of people who are used to being on the road. If you've ever been at a truck stop, and how everybody's just like, "Hey, I'm gonna be super friendly," or a little creepy in the corner. These guys are the super friendly kind. They are not locals, although they are clearly in town enough to have a finger on the pulse, but they don't know as much as, say, or they aren't as invested as, say, a local merchant would be. But what they can tell you, they have been around and sort of in the thick of it enough to be able to tell you a little bit more about the two main people, I guess, that people right now are thinking about for Lord Governor. They'll also confirm that it's expected that they'll be announcing the special election shortly to get somebody new in there. Bolton Duval is the guy who was referred to as a champion jock. They know the most about him, and actually Destrian, definitely, and Percy. You've both heard this name before. He has a big name on the tourney circuit. Not a lord, but having had enough success that he basically was able to become a champion and make a fortune doing it without being indebted to anybody, just from sheer skill. Before that, it was said that he was a veteran of the war. It's hard to know, although that history, not much is very publicly known about what he did. These guys have different recollections of stories they've heard about him. Apparently, he was a sharpshooter archer, or perhaps he was a frontline pikeman. Actually, I think he was actually part of the mounted charge. He's obviously a very skilled fighter. He knows his stuff. Is what they really get to you. Your insight on that, though. The army generally doesn't train people to be that versatile. It would be weird for someone to do all of those different things. But he is someone they like. They really seem to like. As somebody you could have a beer with. He is an outsider. He doesn't do politics. Although, with that level of investigation and insight, one of them does mention Sir Duval's recent wife. And her name rings all the bells for you, Destrian. You recognize that name immediately as one that was regularly in attendance at your father's soirees and is somebody that he would have spoken about. Noble family, politically inclined. If she wasn't like a daughter of the main leader of that family name, probably a close cousin or something along those lines. Because you're not surprised that somebody with that name would be suddenly pushing her husband toward politics.
What was the name?
Let me check my notes.
Mary Duval.
No, her name has changed to Duval, but...
Persephone Esquire.
Wire.
Genevieve Samson.
I'm just looking through my notes. 1 sec.
I'm not hurrying you. I'm just, if I guess the name and I'm right, then it's awesome.
Just go full like that scene from Ted. Like Granulin, Tamulin,
Mary, Megan, yeah. Mary, Megan, Samantha, Martha.
Wow. I forgot about that.
Vivian Surge Wind.
Good guess on the Vivian, though.
Is it a Vivian?
It is. Her name is.
Let's go!
Her name is Vivian, or the family name was Ravenscroft.
Ravenscroft.
And were they kind of invited by our obligation or genuinely fairly welcome at my father's soirees? Do I remember that or not?
No, you wouldn't remember that.
No, okay, yeah, that's fair. I was 10.
Yeah, everybody was welcome. Yeah. What are you talking about? But yeah, so you're just that it's not a surprise to hear that, you know, her husband has found a newfound interest in politics. They are very excited about the fact that he wants to boost trade, create jobs, improve lives. But as you listen, especially when you get to the improve lives bit, you sort of start probing a little bit about like, oh, how does he intend to do that? And there's a lot of humming and hawing. Right. Apparently he has not made that plan particularly clear, but he swears to God he'll get it done. The other guy, though, although one of the guys, the gruffer, older-looking gentleman, is clearly more enamored with the second candidate, Thaddeus Beaumont, than the other guy. But neither of them have really a bad thing to say about him, but also they're just not as excited about him. Thaddeus comes from a long line of Dalstonians. His family has been here hundreds of years, claiming apparently back to the founding of the city, back when it was just a nothing little town. He is primarily concerned with restoring the pristine image and reputation of Dalston to Bellamy. Like, Bellamy is the jewel in the crown of Dalston is the jewel in the crown of Bellamy, and it's really important that people like coming here and like living here, and the way to do that is by improving law and order in the city, because there's been such a surge of crime recently, and the crime in the poor is a real problem. Needs to be cleaned up.
Okay.
And I will say, with both of those checks together, you do get the sense that neither one of them seem to actually be these guys don't actually expect much change from either of these guys. They talk a big game, but ultimately, as long as the City Watch is still functioning and they can get in and out of the gates when they need to, they think that they're just going to have to put up with whatever comes.
Last but not least, if I can, try and steer the conversation toward, what is it called, the Gilded Alliance, or...
Yes, they
Golden
will
Lantern
know.
people?
Yeah, the Gilded Alliance. They will know quite a lot about the Gilded Alliance. But this is where they get a bit stonewally. They keep their answers very brief. They think about them quite a lot, and sometimes just sort of say, I wouldn't be able to speak on that. With those insights, with that insight skill specifically, you think that phrasing, I wouldn't be able to speak on that, is poignant and important.
Got it. Well, then
What-
I will... sorry, go on.
Specifically, were there any specific questions you had about them?
Well, one specific one. Are either do the Gilded Alliance run the tournaments in the city, and therefore does Duval have a direct connection to them, or does Thaddeus Beaumont, as one of the kind of most important wealthy people in the city, is he a member of it? How does things fit on that front?
Thaddeus would likely know who they are,
Mhm.
and run in the same social circles, but he's a noble. He's wealthy by birth. And he a landowner, specifically, is where he gets his money. So the fruits of the labor of his land would often be traded, and therefore he would have associations in that way with the Gilded Alliance. But no, he's not a member of it.
Okay.
The tournaments, they don't really know who runs them. They just know that they get run. Although there is a lot of merchant and trade over there, obviously, because it's a big event and people are there, so there's going to be souvenirs and stuff. So it wouldn't surprise them if the Gilded Alliance had something to do with it, because there's definitely a trade, at least.
Okay. Well, I will thank them both for their time and their hospitality, wish them all the best, and return and share what I have learned with the group.
Oh, there is one more thing that you learned, by the way. Bolton Duval is, for people who are feeling very betrayed right now by the scandal that the Lord Governor was caught embezzling and cheating in the tournaments. Bolton Duval is a particular hero for those folk because he was part of the effort. He spearheaded the effort, in fact, to get the governor recalled.
In terms of the scandal was found and the governor's connection to it was discovered and he led the effort after that, or
Yes,
he
that
was
is-
okay. Yeah.
That is the order of events. As far as you know, he had nothing to do with the actual investigation or scandal itself. But
Once
he
it
led.
happened, he got
He
very
was out
loud.
he was out in front of the recall efforts.
Cool.
That scared the ever-loving piss out of me. Holy shit. I was just typing away at my keyboard,
Just
taking
4
notes.
feet in the air.
God damn it, I have never been so afraid of Law and Order in my life.
Executive producer Dick Wall.
You don't know why, but you can smell cigarettes in the air.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry.
But yes, cool. Okay, then yes, he will return and share all of this information with the group.
Which you guys process. Do you want to talk about any of that, or are you ready to head up to bed?
Just so I'm clear from my notes, Bolton is
Bolton.
Bolton.
Yes.
And Duval, Duvall.
Just one L, but yes.
Traitor.
I don't know. Sounds to me like there's no winning.
There is government.
That's
I mean, I
I
think we did
mean-
pretty well in Arden Grove.
Did kill a lot of people.
There you go. There's a bright side.
There was only really one person left standing in that scenario.
Boy, discovered just that a two-party system doesn't work. Sorry.
Well, speaking of two-party systems, Destrian, you would know that just because that there's a whole process to the elections, and even though there are currently two favorites, there is no limit on how many people can sort of throw their hat in the ring.
Hat
We can do
down.
it. Let's get Ziva elected the governor.
Rise.
Who are you trying to get elected governor?
Ziva.
Ziva.
See what? Yeah.
I mean, I've
Obviously
had worse
nothing bad
options.
happening.
I mean, you haven't even met all the NPCs yet. I'm just saying, don't get married to one candidate.
Holy shit, you're right. I don't care about any of the other NPCs. Scuttlebutt for governor.
Governor McGovernor Face is my choice.
Governor Scuttlebutt.
Is that her pseudonym?
Would it be short Scuttle or Butt?
Governor Scuttle.
Okay.
Governor's, yeah.
Her name is Selfie Scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutt is one word.
Yeah,
I know.
we know.
Shortened it. Like, nickname.
Yeah, you need like a good name to run for politics. Like, name is like the first thing you need.
I'm gonna
I mean, well, she'd have
assume
recognition right out the box.
that this delirious and drunken conversation is heading up to bed.
Yeah, because I don't have anything to add to that. We've got a lot of stuff to think about on our trip to the Snewers.
Well, I figure you want to talk to
well-
Amelia at some point.
That's the first thing I'm doing.
Destrian will bring up something, though, as we are kind of getting ready to turn in. Do we want to... Governor Beaumont, or Lord Beaumont, hopeful governor, is apparently going to be on the promenade tomorrow, doling out favors and the like. If we can... Well, if we can claim a favor of our own... That could be a way into Aspire, if, well, at least a way to get the research. Do we think it's worth a look?
But what? A bunch of random people from out of town, what would he ask for?
I mean, as a noble, he's always got some dirty work he needs doing.
He wouldn't throw his real dirty work at a bunch of random idiots.
Well, no, but
Go and see
something
if
he
you
needed
can.
done on the quiet or without an official connection. We have a medallion of service. We can show that we're reliable, if nothing else. If you think it's not worth it, then, well, maybe an idea I wish to float.
I mean, it could be a way if we can't, go the Mr. Police Officer route. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Guard Meister.
That's sergeant to you.
Guard Sergeant.
Guard Sergeant.
Guardian.
Guard Meister.
And, well, as in favor of the good sergeant as I am, I feel he would represent a rather winding road into the walls of Aspire. But it's one I'm happy to follow if it's the preference of all.
Didn't he also say that literally no one but him would be thankful for us doing the dregs thing?
Essentially.
Yes.
That's just a favor.
Well, no one but him, like, in the guard or any
Yeah,
kind
like-
of official capacity.
Yeah, in terms of hierarchy.
Yeah.
I still think I'd rather have. It can be rather helpful to have someone like him backing us, so to say.
Oh, agreed. Agreed. No, I was not suggesting that we choose one or the other. I was simply suggesting if we wish to see if it was worth pursuing in addition.
That is a good point.
But, well, and he looks over to Percy and says, I know that we already have something of a busy day planned if there are other preferences. Did I catch what time of day the promenade thing was likely to be?
They mentioned morning, but you didn't get much more than that.
Okay.
You got the impression it would probably be late enough in the day where he'd want to draw a crowd.
Okay.
Maybe just before lunch. And as you guys finish musing about the potential ways you guys, as brand new in this town for maybe several hours, are going to affect the politics going forward.
When you're in town.
And it gets worse.
It
Is
can't
there
get any
anything
worse,
else
right,
you-
guys? Oh, but it did.
Oh. Is there anything else you want to talk about before you turn in?
Yeah,
Alright.
boring monkey.
There should
Go
be
ahead.
Oh
Go
no.
ahead then and take your long rest. And at this point, there are about to be some things
Well-
that happen that if you were hoping to protect them as parts of your backstory, please let me know, because I will take you into a private chat. If you don't mind people getting a little bit of insight into your backstory, we will do this so everybody can see.
Actually, speaking of backstory, Lucius would ask one thing real quick.
Yeah.
Because, of course, it sounds obvious, but he wants to hear it from the mouth of the person. So he'll just laying down, hands behind back of the head, lift his head up real quick and say, "Hey, Percy,
Yes?
so who's the spirit?"
You have a way of just like asking people things after they've had a good meal
Yes.
and are about to go to bed and are laying down, tucked into the covers.
In case you haven't realized, it is a thing he does.
Throw a rock at your head.
Tavern brawler feet.
He replies with it. She is named Willow. And she's important to me.
Was she Faye?
Seems so, doesn't it?
So that's why you went to the willow tree. was her request.
Maybe we talk more in the morning. And he kind of turns over in the bed. And he continues and says, or maybe we don't.
If it's a sore subject still, I won't prod. Yet. As he lays back down.
Everybody, please take your long rest, if you haven't already. And then, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you guys please roll d4s for me?
No. Why did I
4.
almost roll initiative?
Yeah! Good old Lucius Enchilada over there.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Solus, if you could do me a solid and roll a 2, that would
It'd
be
be
perfect.
funny.
It would cure all of our OCD. Make it
Yeah,
happen.
exactly. It would really help.
Hatchman,
Give me
in the time
4.
of balance.
Ah!
Yeah!
Oh, I should stop.
Yes.
All right, then you guys drift off. Well, I don't think it matters that much, but you can take your long rest. You drift off into the nothing void of sleep, and Percy, you find yourself drifting into a familiar setting, although it is impossible to see. The smells and the sounds, it all reminds you of the secret place that you shared with her, the grove, that smelled of incense and wildflower and warmth during spring, and cool, crisp peace and serenity during winter. Everything is dark around you. Everything is quiet. You feel she's there. You reach out your hand and you would swear that her fingertips are just beyond how far your hands can stretch. Just beyond how far you can see. So close, but never near enough. You smell smoke. You feel heat from the fire. Sense her anguish. You cannot get to her in time. It is all around you. You could not move through this fire if you needed to, and you need to, and you can't. Willow. A tangible wave of sadness and relief and longing washes over and around you. You feel that now familiar sort of presence of energy that just infuses with you and lives within you. And then you again cannot see, but you know. There is another presence here. Fire orange eyes, gaunt, pale face, flowing white silver hair, and a menacing, determined smile. The energy inside you sparks with anxiety, and you hear or feel the same words that Amelia spoke to you. Please, Help. Love. What is your impulse in this moment?
Confusion. You used the word. What were the words you used to describe the smile?
Menacing and determined. Do you try and find this presence?
Yes. I struggle if that's a thing. I push forward.
You can do that.
By the way, are the rest of us supposed to have vision?
You should probably be able to maybe just see him, but no, you guys are seeing what he
Okay.
sees, which is just dark.
Okay.
Oh no, I can't see anything at all.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's got a 5-foot square that he can see, but it's just dark. The rest of you can only see dark because that's what's going on in his head. He can't see anything that's happening, but he knows where he is.
Okie doke.
Now I'm going to expend your vision just a little bit so I can show you. That's good. So you push forward through the darkness, focusing on this presence. You know it. You have been in its presence before, and it is familiar, although it is revolting. And you see him come into focus. Arendor. You know his name.
And I see him, with eyes.
With eyes, you conjure him through the darkness until he is before you. No smile on his face this time. It appears to be almost twisted in rage. He moves as if in a space outside of the darkness, throwing his hands around, marching, bending at the hips, releasing what you imagine to be roars of frustration. He is throwing an absolute temper tantrum.
And I mean, if I out loud, even if it's just to himself, he'll just kind of quietly say, "What is this?" And then I'll just keep watching fucking Arendor. Maybe try to look around him.
There is no there. He almost looks like he's been cropped out of a photo and put on a black background.
Heard. Okay.
The final thing that you are able to sort of get, again, you're not sure if you heard it or just sensed the general thing going on in his head or his feelings or whatever. You don't remember the actual words coming out of his mouth, but you absolutely know the phrase, "I will not be made a fool of," is just permeating his whole being. And then you drift back into the darkness, unless there's anything specific you want to do. And you will find yourself waking up after a long rest.
Had a good nap.
Had a good nap, all right then. So, meanwhile, at the same time, Lucius, and I'm gonna bring us all back to the tavern dorm for just a second.
Death.
Lucius, you in your dream, are used to floating through the void and just sort of meditating through the darkness for hours as the night passes into day. But this time, you are in a familiar place. You start in the tavern dorm. And you float outside and find yourself moving through Epiphany's Cross, through the streets of Dalston. All gates are open to you, no tolls to speak of, no one even really notices your presence. And you move with preternatural speed through the streets of Dalston, across the bridge, over into East Bank, and in the general direction of Amelia's cannery. You shift from shadow to shadow, finding yourself in a familiar little cul-de-sac,
Oh boy.
staring up at a sign that says Cannery and Preserves. And I don't know if the rest of you can see any of this.
Yes.
Good. A mere thought, and the door unlocks, swings open, and you find yourself inside. You scan the room with shrewd eyes. You must find her. She is a rival? Scale craves her, and will be satisfied with either her bond or her blood. What do you do?
Gen music stops. I let her touch the weapon, y'all. You try knocking on the one of the crates and make a noise.
You knock on one of the crates. There is a sort of dull thud. It echoes around the place, quiet and still. But other than that, nothing happens.
And he has scale on his back?
You have scale on your back,
Okay.
and it sort of almost shivers with anticipation. Does it want to leave you? You walk into the back room of the cannery, and you find Amelia asleep in a small bed. Looking very much like the Amelia that you met when you first arrived, not the specter that you left here. And she is apparently very much asleep.
Mage hand.
You produce a mage hand.
Nudge face.
You nudge her face
Yeah.
with the mage hand. Let me see. What would she... Yeah, she, you nudge her face. Are you determined to wake her up in this fashion? Like if a first attempt doesn't work, you'll slap her with the mage hand?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just go through that motion. Eventually, you are able to wake her up. Eyes flutter. She sort of squints, not quite sure what's happening. Reaches to not a bedside table, but a barrel that has clearly been placed to make a bedside table. Grabs her glasses off the top of the barrel, puts them on, and looks at you with some confusion. What are you doing here? And as she does that, she reaches under her pillow.
I'm asleep right now.
You don't look asleep.
While I'm with the others asleep. I need you to relinquish your right.
Sorry?
You seem to have made a connection.
Connection?
Remember the weapon?
Oh. And now she's looking at you. Give me an insight. What's your passive insight?
It's only 12.
Yeah, give me an insight check. He is becoming increasingly concerned about your presence. The fact that you've broken into her little cannery alone, and now you're talking about a weapon. This is...
Look.
Oh, does she need to call somebody?
I'm not here to hurt you. Besides, you're very important to a fellow I know.
Gale
Uh-huh.
rebels. Although you can't quite understand what it is it seems mad about. But when you say I'm not here to hurt you, there's it written. Give me to her.
I have killed so many for you. And he's saying this out loud. I will not kill her unless she gives me a reason to. And I will not give you to her because I assume she doesn't want you. Is that right?
Okay. And she's barely not hyperventilating at this point. She has removed her hand from under the pillow and is carrying what you immediately recognize to be an arcane focus. And she goes, I would really like you to leave. Please? Now? Please?
Okay. But you have to just tell me you won't take it.
I am not a thief. I promise I won't take anything that belongs to you. Please leave.
Not in that way. More so, if you happen to wake up one day with the scythe in your hand, you're going to leave it. You're going to drop it, throw it away. I'll leave. Just tell me you'll do that.
Of course, sir. No problem.
Inside check. I know she's probably just fucking like me as a player, she's probably just freaking the fuck out, but
I'm gonna have her roll this. You believe her. She seems to earnestly not give a damn about your scythe.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm asleep right now. I don't know why I'm here besides for that.
As you start to leave, you get the feeling that you have really pissed off Scale. And that Scale may be uncooperative in some ways.
Yes.
A little bit. And it gives you the impulse, are you sure? do you want to test me?
Why would you want to leave?
It doesn't really speak back. It just calls to her. And as your impulse takes you out of the cannery, you sort of find yourself floating back in the void. For mechanically speaking, you will have disadvantage on initiative checks until you finish your next long rest.
Gotcha.
And you find yourself floating back into the void. Who's next? That would be Solus, who got a 2. Alright. Meanwhile, you sleep less than everyone else. Pretty normal. And you find yourself again in a very familiar scene to you. You don't really sleep at all. Mainly, meditation is closer to what you do. Flashes and images of things that make no sense. But oftentimes, when you find yourself meditating, you have the same recollection over and over again. You start in a dark tunnel, and looking ahead of you, there is a light, but this is not as ominous as it sounds. You already know as soon as you sort of become aware of your surroundings that if you proceed down this tunnel, you will find that it actually ends in an archway that leads out into the middle of nowhere somewhere in the Bellamy countryside. The place of your first memory, your first moment of awareness, when you went from being just a very large cat to not being named Solus, but being able to think and identify and query and talk. You know that you will walk out into that place and follow through the memory of sorts for a little while until you jolt awake and find yourself wherever it is you started. So in this case, you would jolt awake probably in this very tavern dorm room, and then you would be able to return to your snooze. What do you do?
Oh, I'm pretty freaking great. Haters gonna hate as he's gonna keep doing his catwalk towards the white light.
All right, give me a perception check, please.
I'm amazing at these. Okay, that's not bad.
15. There is you've been down this corridor a bunch. Very much, I'm freaking great every time. Just, I know this one. It's the right way to go. But as you proceed forward this time, something... Is it weird that you appear to be backlit?
He does that. Maybe you guys have seen it, but it's like Mr. President Cat, where he does like a front flip, and in the air he does 180 and spins around the other direction. As he then just lands paws forward as he goes to check the light behind him, getting ready to strike out.
And as you turn around, you actually realize this corridor extends out quite a long way, and has many branching exits. Memories. Memories from before you woke up. The closest one, you can almost already see through it. It's actually probably after the time that you woke up, but very close to it. You feel like you could probably get there no problem. But you get the sense that going beyond that, going back before, is dangerous. Is restricted. What do you do?
He'll pause, looking around for a moment. Is there any of them that seem to be like, you know how there's some that's like classified, some that are like top secret, some that are like, or is it all?
You can see a number of darkened arches where, yeah, and even if you sort of approach them and try and push on them, you can't really get through. But it feels like, there is some give there, and there might be a way through at some time, but maybe not before you woke up this time. But as you continue to explore, like the first one that you see, you actually recognize the scene through it as you get close enough to it. It is the time when you met Lucius. But when you see that archway and you can look through that and you recognize the house, and I mean, obviously you're curious about it, but you remember that. Beyond that, a long way down, you don't know how long it would take you to get there, but there is a soft bluish silvery glow coming from one. Just peeking through the seam, as if this memory has access to this memory has weakened to the point where you think you can get through to it. This one is definitely in the forbidden zone. It is from before.
He'll pause at the door for a moment. As he'll just say out as though to someone, "Who are you to think you could forbid me such things?" As he'll look at it and kind of reach out as though to put his paw on it. As he'll... No. Not yet. I still have much to do.
There is a scent wafting through. Cinnamon and lavender and something unique. Something that makes your heart trill.
Can I place it, or is that a part of being in it?
You can place the emotion, which surprises you. It yearning and a thrill of delight.
He'll frown. So look at it. As he'll...
You believe with that wisdom saving throw, you obviously can control your own impulses here. You believe that what you would experience walking through here would be tapping into a memory that you otherwise have lost. You are unlikely to get stuck here. You will eventually, around about 4 hours, wake up.
He'll then put his paw down. Well, luckily I don't want to see it. I'm not going to go in there. I'm leaving. As he just turns and goes for it.
Turns and goes inside, or he leaves it?
Goes inside.
And as you pass through, you find yourself in a refreshingly familiar place. A winter spring, a hidden little paradise in the Feywild that you and she used to escape to whenever you could steal a moment. You found it uniquely capable of doing that, as you have at least one relatively small form, that of a cat. And you crawled through a narrow passage between some rocks to find this alcove. She is already here. You know that. She is expecting you. You know that too. You expect to find her basking in the fragrant and beautiful fairy lights that are in this place. And you also expect to find her not in her cat form, but in her sort of nymph-like humanoid form. And so you manifest the same way. Not as cat, but as an elven-like figure, waiting in the darkness. You know she will smile when she sees you. And you will have to break her heart. There is no other choice. You must say goodbye. You have been called. The mission must come first. And she cannot know the truth. But fortunately, you now have the tools to tell her what she needs to hear.
And she needs to hear what exactly?
She cannot follow you. She cannot seek you out. She cannot know. No one can know that you serve a specific purpose and that it will keep you from her. She needs to know that you don't love her. It will be easier this way.
as he'll frown, nodding as he looks up towards the figure, him staying hidden, but his eyes now following hers, as it's only a matter of time with her instincts.
And it was, in fact, only a matter of time. Ears perked. She will call out, "It's not like you to be so shy." And you can hear the smile, even before you see her face. I knew you'd come.
Yes. Of course, I do want to be here with you. As he looks I'm sorry. More sorry about this than I think anything. But I'm leaving for quite some time.
And she frowns. Leaving?
Yes.
But we were... I thought... For how long?
Frowns, shakes his head. I don't know. It might be forever. I'm going to a place called Kokomo.
And she, at that, sort of rolls her eyes and shakes her head. And she goes, "Oh, you're just being silly. You scared me for a second."
No. You gotta get there fast so you can take it slow. If there's some way that I could fix this, make this... You shouldn't wait. These things are beyond me.
Loki, what are you saying?
I'm saying... that I need you to trust me.
There's
You can't...
glitch. Sort of... You are fighting against the memory now. You're trying to turn it into what you wish you'd said. And it's fighting you. You can continue. But things feel a little bit off. You remember lying to her. And now you know why this memory was pretty unique. It is the first lie you ever told.
As he'll just feeling it all coming in and saying what happened. As he'll then just turn, stand up, and essentially, like, end the state. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you sort of glitch out of the matrix, as it were, and you find yourself back in the tavern dorm, having been jolted awake. And Destrian, you final person to have a dream. This one is weird for you. You move through the world with purpose, but with no agency. You are a sword. Or you are the sword. Your father's sword. Your sword. Valorant. It bears the name of your ancestor that stormed the battlefields of Bellany at Truce's side, felling the pandemonic armies that threatened to destroy the world. Now you, hang from the hip of the man you know as Lord Colvin Calibrant. You glide along as he walks confidently through a corridor lined with people, all whispering frantically about his arrival. He is a war hero, a champion, and someone who disobeyed the direct orders of his superior to do so. He snatched victory from the claws of defeat, but he was given a direct order to retreat by his commanding officer and lifelong friend. He's here too. He stands now before you. And you, Destrian, recognize this man immediately as Uncle Alec. You remember the last time you saw him, your father was saying something about standing beside him should he stand against tyranny as the new king of Bellamy, and him offering to make your father general of his armies. In the dream, as the sword, you see him, you sense him, his face is stony as Lord Colvin approaches. But eventually it cracks into a smile and he says something along the lines of, "You son of a bitch, I can't believe you pulled that off." And he extends a hand and offers a hearty handshake. Colvin responds, "Just Truce believes in the righteousness of our cause. I knew we could not fall." And after some small talk and some more whispers and general gossip, you both enter into the main chamber in this secret hall where several nobles have gathered. You guys know these as the assembly of peers, the ones that continue to stand with the Free Bellamy. And they now finally are in possession of the sovereign crown and can officially name their king. There have been deliberations for days at this point, but they finally have an announcement, a nominee. And for a long time, this was considered a foregone conclusion. Alec had a lot of allies, a lot of political influence, a lot of power, and probably the best claim. But since the Crimson Ascent, since the rebellion, there has been a rising star star. Someone that people feel compelled to look toward in times of crisis. Someone they feel is strong and wise, and the leader that Bellamy needs. And so, in a shocking turn of events, when the room calls for King Colvin, for Bellamy, the realm, Colvin first tries to humbly deny this. Obviously, this is not his part or his calling, but the people insist, and he is nothing if not a servant of the people. So, as the nobles kneel before him and swear fealty to his crown and his title, he looks to Lord Alec, who approaches slowly. He kneels, swears his oath to his new king. Colvin says, "Thank you, my friend." "Your Majesty," Lord Alec says. And then the scene fades, and you find yourselves back in the dorm, at the tavern, at the Weary's Rest, as sunlight peers through the window. It is morning, and you actually slept quite late. It's probably just before 9 bells.
I'm last to wake up. You guys do your thing.
I mean, Percy would probably just wake up to find Destrian looking very contemplatively at his sword. Good morning. I assume you wish to attend Miss Grimsby as soon as we are able?
As soon as we're able, yes, yes.
And let's be about it. I'll wake them if you wish to go and, well...
And
see what
before
charges...
you finish, he walks out. He's like, yep.
Good talk. Solus, you awake?
Yes. You know, sometimes I think I'm a real bastard.
What
And then
about
it
the rest
goes
of the time?
away. It just goes away. And then I'm fine.
And what brings on these fits of self-examination?
Hmm. Strange dreams sometimes haunt all mortal minds. And immortal. Although I don't
There it
believe
is.
you would admit it.
You as well.
Nods.
What was yours?
Lying to a friend. Not one of my usual hilarious ones. A black lie.
It weighs on you, does it?
I believe it is good that such things should weigh heavily upon all souls.
And that we are in agreement.
Let us go find some violence. As he hops off of the bed.
And then, yeah, I suppose he'll go over and, like, shake Lucius awake.
His eyes will just open and look at the ceiling. And look towards you. Just nod. And then reach over and grab Scale. And hop up.
There's food downstairs.
There usually is. Otherwise someone would be dead.
Really? That's all it would take?
As he
Like a
just side-eyes you.
Missed breakfast and that's it? Like, someone's gotta die?
It was a promise made. Yeah, you would just walk.
And Destiny just, like, watches him go. It's just like, remind me to carry a Snickers. We'll kind of just follow him down.
So you guys are going to go have breakfast? Is there anything in particular you want to do, or do you just want to fast forward through that?
Nothing for me.
No. If-
tapping my foot the whole time.
If Percy's at breakfast?
What? What were you gonna call me, motherfucker?
I said if Percy was going to leave, but then I said Percy's at breakfast? Because I thought you just left.
No, I went down. I didn't just be like, "Yep, we're going." He did wait for everyone, but if everyone started sitting down to eat, he's impatiently like tapping his foot by the door.
No, yeah, we'll,
Lucius would call over to you real quick. Hey, Percy, can you humor me for a second? I'm not going to ask you a question about you.
Then what?
Hey, come here. Can you hold this? And he would hold out Scale to you.
My camera's not on. Percy, what do you do?
I'm trying to think what Percy knows.
I'm assuming neither Solus nor I are in the room yet.
Nope.
Fuck it. I'll grab it. I don't know any bad thing. I know it's a bad weapon, but a weapon's a weapon. It's a tool. I'll reach out and grab it.
You reach out to grab it. Give me a wisdom save, please.
Alright. Nine.
As you reach out to grab it, just before you wrap your hand around it, you get an immense feeling of revulsion, and a bark. Have you ever accidentally shocked yourself trying to get in your car?
Yep.
Yeah, that happens, and it fucking hurts. And you just overwhelmingly feel like if you grab that, you are going to be physically ill. Like, crippled, falling over, collapsing at the knees, that kind of thing. You just get an immediate sense that you are going to hurl.
Then
Do you continue to try and push through and grab it?
Nope. He'll rip his hand away and look at Lucius and go, Why? Why? Why?
He just looks confused at you for a sec. It's like, did you feel something? And then in Sylvan, he will say, are you able to make your presence known?
Oh, interesting. You get no response from that.
When he meets his new
I'm gonna kick him.
friend,
I'm gonna kick him.
go ahead.
Cha. Blocked by a wall, you say?
19? I think a 19 hits.
No, I'll shield. Just 'cause it's funny.
It's pretty funny.
It is funny.
He instinctively puts his leg up to kick you away, and you shield it.
He essentially just holds up his hand, and just the shadow of his hand stops your kick. It looks like he's holding your foot for a second.
And he'll rip his leg back down, and he'll say, "You keep your sick, twisted mind to yourself. Fuck you."
I'm asking if she could see something.
And he's gonna walk outside.
And Lucius will just bring his hand up to his chin for a second. I can't think of why he's so angry. And shrug, and then sit down.
The barmaid will come over here. Why don't I just put you in the dining room here, as you all sort of sit. Percy just sort of angrily standing by the window over here, like, what are you guys doing?
Well, I mean, if Percy was like, "Hey, let's go," then Destrian would kind of turn to Lucius and Solus and just say, "Do you have any business that should keep us here?"
No, I don't have any business.
Nope.
The man seems to be in a hurry. Let's indulge him.
Beautiful.
Then you all sort of grab your leftover mutton leg breakfast to go. And you... I've got too much going on. So yeah, you walk out into the busy streets of Dalston, lively and bustling, over in Epiphany's Cross. There's obviously a lot of things happening, people going about their daily business, and you, I assume, start making your way straight over to Amelia's Cannery.
Yes.
Can you please ping on the map the general direction you're going? Are you going the shortest possible route through over this bridge is essentially what I'm looking at, or are you making a beeline to this area? The promenade.
I mean, we're probably all following Percy, yeah, so...
Percy seems like the shortest possible distance kind of guy. I assume you're taking your horses?
Yep.
Alright. So, you make your way. It doesn't take long. Especially on horseback, maybe 15 minutes at most. To find yourself in a relatively familiar cul-de-sac. The fight is still around on the streets, by the way. Blood spatter, broken things, shattered glass, etc. But at least the bodies have been hauled away. So good news on that front. The sign on the door says open as you approach, and Amelia is just inside. Mm-hmm. And as you walk in, you see her hard at work in her normal looking, tangible human form. She is no longer a specter, and she is working hard at putting some preserves in jars. As you walk in, and she looks up and she smiles, specifically at you, Percy, as you walk in the door, and she goes, "Oh, welcome back! I have good news." She gestures to herself, just all smiles.
Good news indeed.
How did you sleep?
Fine. So, what now?
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Of course. Well, I still need to pick up some material components, but it's okay. I should be able to get everything I need just up at the promenade. They usually have quite a bit of incense up there and just some oil for the letting dagger. But that sounds a lot scarier than it is. It's fine. But yeah, all I need to do is pick up a few ingredients and then, well, we can get started whenever you like, although it's going to take a toll on you. You will be weakened. If you have anything else you're planning to do today, it might be a good idea to wait until evening. Although by the look on your face, I'm guessing that there's nothing more important than this.
Not to me.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure why, but I can tell that this is a big deal. Why don't I close down the shop then? There's nothing here that's too pressing, and we can head up to the promenade together? Does that sound good?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
He bows a little. Actually, he bows normally. He bows like the right amount.
She does not know how to process that. She's like, whoa, I have literally never in my life been bowed to. That's really not necessary. I'm just so glad I can help. Yeah, well, why don't we go then? I'm so happy that I can bring you this closure. But please, I'm so sorry if I scared you. She's like looking at you like, I was fine. I did not die. I am gonna be okay. Everything is fine.
Do you have any more clue as to what happened to you?
She just shrugs. She's like, oh, I can't really explain it. Well, how much experience do you have with natural magics? I didn't really study my gifts as much as I'm naturally gifted.
Destrian will let just a kind of flash of power enter his eyes and say, I have a little knowledge of such things, though my talents come from elsewhere.
I see. Okay. Well, it's not uncommon. Well, maybe it is uncommon, but it's not unheard of for some sorcerers like to experience sort of fluctuations of magic, where they use too much power or not enough, or it shapes in the wrong way, and it's just a little bit of uncontrolled sort of surging of magic. And that's recently been a lot of what I have been feeling, although mine have a particularly unique flavor. But I don't really need to talk about it too much. She looks around at your faces, sort of gauging how much of a freak you seem to think she is. And she's just like, no, it's nothing for you to be concerned about. I'm sure I'll get over it. I'll get it under control eventually. It's fine. It's fine. Should we go?
Is your magic
Yes.
going to be okay during the process?
And she sort of tilts her head in a way that she's just like, well, I don't know, actually. It is a ritual which usually cuts down on... I've never experienced it when doing a ritual before. How's that?
Let me know if I can help in any way.
Sure. Do you have particular fondness for necromancy?
As I look into my spell list. A little bit.
I'm excited to see what you know. I would be more than happy to put you to good use.
I'm gonna insight check her. Does it seem like she's just talking to me as normal?
Go ahead and insight check.
Alright. 12.
There has been no hesitation or lingering. There has been no hesitation or sort of lingering on you any more than you would consider normal. What are you insight checking?
Basically just trying to get, like, is she as confident as she appears to be about the ritual thing? And like...
No, not at all.
Oh, okay, cool.
When Lucius brought up the idea that there could be a wild magic surge, like, something in her went, oh, fuck, that's probable.
But she seemed to be telling the truth that it had never happened during a ritual?
No. Yes and no. There's something she's not telling you.
Would it be a reasonable assumption that she hasn't done a ritual since the start?
Yes, that would be a very reasonable assumption.
Cool. Cool.
But I will say, with a 23, you don't sense any malice. If she is being deceptive, if she is lying, it's likely because she is afraid that you guys will tell her not to help.
Got it. You probably just ask, you said that the ritual could weaken him if sustained. Are there any other dangers? If something goes wrong, could it harm him more? Well, more.
Well, and she sort of smiles sadly at that, and she goes, if it goes right, it will harm him. It will harm him no matter what. If you're asking, can this kill him? Yes. But, and she looks in his general direction, he knows that and has accepted that, I think.
Oh, yes, I don't think that would hold him back for a moment.
But if you're wondering if I'm going to let that happen, the answer is also no.
Much obliged.
However, he will be very fragile afterwards. Mechanically, in a way to make it understood what's going to happen, is whatever hit points you lose, you will not be able to recover until you finish a long rest. No magic, no hit dice, nothing. You lose them, they're gone for the rest of the day.
Cool.
I'm going to DM you something.
Me or Tyler?
You.
Okie dokie.
I'm not special enough to get a DM, I guess.
I mean, you already knew that was true. As she locks up the door and you guys head back into the Dalston map.
Okay, sent.
And so she flips the sign to say closed, locks up the door, and you guys head into the streets. She takes the lead. She walks through East Bank quite confidently. Considering the way people talk about it, you're a little bit surprised, but you also notice that actually nobody's really giving anybody shit. This place is definitely grimier, dingier than the Dalston on the West Bank that you guys have become more familiar with. But there are lots of people going about their daily business as well. Even children running through the streets, people, washerwomen hanging laundry out to dry, etc., etc. And the only thing that you'll notice is that you appear to have gone the long way in order to stick to the main big streets. And if anybody asks Amelia, she will just say, there's a smart way to the West Bank, and a fast way, and we just go the smart way.
What's
But
likely
it
to happen
doesn't.
if we go?
Oh, go ahead.
Just what's likely to happen if we go the fast way?
Likely, you'll get there a little bit faster. Possibly, you will get there a little bit faster with lighter pockets.
Charming town.
I hate it.
Joke's on them, I don't have pockets.
And she would sort of turn down and look at you and go, actually, you would probably be quite the surprise.
I mean, aren't I always?
Easier to just walk around as a cat. Nobody suspects you, but you are quite large. Wouldn't it be easier sometimes to just appear and, and she sort of gestures, indicating that you would be quite tall.
He would take a moment as he would do a minor illusion of a box around himself.
Yeah, I can see why that's very handy.
As he would just then go, yes, it's rather easy. I'm a large cat, but that just seems to make people less likely to mess around with me.
And you guys find your way. Happily finding that the tolls for the promenade are lifted during business hours. And you are able to get yourselves to the shops. She goes across the river pretty beelining to specific shops that she knows will have the components that she needs. And let me just load us in over here. And you guys arrive at the promenade, crossing the river to the West Bank. Probably around 10:30. And find that it is quite busy here. Lots of people doing shopping, lots of people just socializing, and a crowd seems to be gathering around this man, standing in the middle, very well dressed, in velvets and furs, looking every bit as regal and pompous as I imagine he wants to look. And he seems to be gesticulating a little, gathering people's attention around him. Amelia doesn't seem too bothered. She just sort of presses her way through. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, just trying to get through here. But as she moves up here, the gentleman sort of clears his throat and begins to speak. And he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed merchants of Dalston, I stand before you today not merely as Lord Thaddeus Beaumont." And can everybody please roll a perception check for me at this point? Oh no.
Nope.
Come on.
Don't worry, I'm
Solus.
amazing at these.
You are
Nat 20.
amazing at these. That's not quite.
Okay.
You definitely do hear it. And we've got one for Amelia as well. She's not doing great. She's just, excuse me, pardon me, what's going on? But Solus, you immediately key into the sort of important figure up here with that perception check. You are also very keen on what's going on around him, and so you're the first person to pick up on the heckler. So as he says, "Lord Thaddeus Beaumont," you hear someone just loud enough to be heard over the din, and not much else. But basically, one person says to another, "Prick." But he sort of soldiers on, and he says, "But as a steward of our shared history and a guardian of our noble legacy," and somebody else in the crowd go, "Get a load of this guy, has to make sure everybody knows he's a noble. Our great city, Dalston, stands at a precipice." What? What's a crossroads that demands bold leadership and unwavering dedication to the principles that once made our home a beacon of prosperity and dignity. Those are some 2 gold words. Yes, in the days when our fathers were first becoming men, when the sun cast its golden luminescence. There he goes again, those fancy words! The light upon the cobbled streets of Dalston. It exuded a pristine image.
Who's heckling?
A bunch of different people in the crowds. It's coming from different areas. This is just a sort of small representation, but there is a group of at least 50 or 60 people here, and you just hear one person here, another person here, another person here. It's coming from sort of all over. And it does seem to be swaying public opinion a little bit. And he sort of says, "Today I declare my intent to reclaim that illustrious image as your Lord Governor." And as he says that, another man sort of steps out and he goes, I'm sorry. Pardon the interruption. But what are you even saying, sir? And excuse me for asking, but how long were you gonna take to speak? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's how a politician's supposed to sound, but for all my salt, I reckon I'd rather listen to someone who shoots straight and doesn't try to elucidate or pontificate. there are some murmured laughter in the crowd that actually seems to gather speed as it whips around. And he says, I reckon the people of Dalston are looking to find someone who gets things done, not some lord prancing around with his noble pedigree. Someone in the crowd, Solus, you are absolutely certain that this is one of the people who heckled during Thaddeus's little moment there. Says, that's Bolton Duval. Are you saying you're running for Lord Governor too? And he gets a humble look on his face and holds up his hands as if that was an unexpected question. And he goes, oh my, I don't know that I've ever given it much thought before, but I mean, I do have a calling to serve. If enough people wanted me to be the Lord Governor, of course I'd consider it for you people. If that's what the people wanted. Now, I, again, apologize, Lord Beaumont, for that interruption. I will step aside, of course, and let you return to that fancy speech you were given, but let me leave these people with one final thought. Beaumont talks about reclaiming the city's glory, but from what I can tell, it's folks like him who let it rot in the first place. Y'all have a good afternoon, he says, and a crowd of people sort of flock to him and ask for autographs and other such things as he pushes his way through the crowd. No, it's fine. It's his time. He's got something important to say about becoming Lord Governor, as he walks off and shrugs off his adoring crowd. Thaddeus, for what it's worth, is looking a little like the wind has been taken out of his sails a bit. And he says, man of action is what this city needs, of course it is. And no one denies that, but it seems to me that there are some here who want to stir up drama and then walk away, acting as if that made a difference at all. And then there are people like me, standing here, with you people, asking
you people
what I can do. What is it you need? Right here, right now. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. And people immediately flock to him and begin asking for favors or considerations or anything of the like. And Solus, with that perception check, you will notice that there was a woman watching this whole thing unfold with probably more interest than she was trying to let on. She never looked in the general direction of either Thaddeus or Bolton. But the way her head was positioned and her ears were positioned, you know that she was paying an awful lot of attention. Meanwhile, Amelia makes her way up here, still just pushing her way through. She hasn't really noticed anything. Are you detecting these thoughts?
Yes.
As she comes over here to sort of place an order. The thoughts you detect, surface level thoughts, are she seems very unimpressed with the dick measuring contest, as she refers to it, that she just unveiled, or that she just witnessed. She thinks that both of them are full of hot air and saying a whole lot of nothing. And she hopes that somebody else may step forward. Because these men will continue to just be a problem. One final thing that you get from her specifically is a certainty that they are both owned by the Gilded Alliance.
Interesting. She believes they're both owned by the Gilded Alliance. Earpiece. And kind of uses tail to point her out as she walks away.
Did you happen to catch her name?
I did not. She wasn't thinking of it.
Understandable, I suppose.
Stands out quite remarkably in this crowd, and this crowd is full of people wearing a variety of quality of clothes. You've got obviously some very well-dressed people, very fashion-forward people, and some, working class, very sturdy people. But she walks with an elegance and an air of authority that really draws the eye. She wears simple but clingy silk clothes, and her hair is immaculate. She is stunning.
Is anybody else paying attention to her?
Give me a perception check or insight, whichever you prefer.
Okay. Now what the hell I'll do inside. God damn it.
Well,
Really hard for you to tell. Mostly, I mean, it's hard not to do a double take at her, really. Like, you're like, she is nice to look at.
Fair enough.
There is an excited chatter as you hear people like basically saying, "What about taxes?" And he's giving some very political answers, non-committal, agreeing with their emotional state, and then not giving them any real solutions. But giving them platitudes that really sound great. Like, we absolutely will protect those corn subsidies, 100%. He is the man that you thought you might be able to curry some favor with. Did you want to approach him, or are you guys happy to just have Amelia buy what she needs and then head back to the cannery? By the way, did everybody give me perception checks? Has everybody done that yet?
The first
Okay,
time?
yeah, oh, but you did for this little thing. One more perception check from everybody, please.
Nah.
Interesting.
6.
Perception.
Much higher than 6.
6.
Destrian and Sword. Well, now, isn't that a familiar face? Well, it's a familiar hooded face. You really are only familiar with the young man's chin. But you're pretty certain that you saw him walk off with Jack. Sits next to him, who then moves skillfully through the crowd. And, Destrian, lifting things from people's pockets without anybody aware. And you watch as they seem to be focusing entirely on the people that you would say won't ever know it's missing.
Then Solus would kind of get them pointed out along the open channel, and just along with the comment, "They do good work."
I could do better.
Worryingly, I do believe you. But then he would actually try and approach Lord Belmont if he could. Like, just kind of get into the circle around him and wait until he sort of is able to have a relatively natural interaction with him.
By the way, Lucius, as you walk up here, he
I will
sees
stare
you
at him.
and immediately beelines the other way. Just pivots, turns, and walks away. Moments later, you see this one also pivot, beeline, and they both make their way smoothly over a hedge and in this direction, as if they want to disappear without anyone taking notice. You suspect a signal went out, although you don't know how or what.
I'm gonna send. I'm just gonna send message
Mm-hmm.
to that one. As long as you don't touch our pockets, I don't give a fuck.
Have no interest in your pocket, sir. You don't look like you carry much of value anyway.
Saying you look like a bum.
That's good. Because he has 151 gold. But he does do good looking like a bum.
No, you scared the shit out of him. He's gonna give you a wide berth. There is a small crowd, like I said, but I mean, you're also a relatively big man holding a sword, and people get out of the way of that kind of thing. Like, it's not actually hard for you to walk up there. He will shift his posture somewhat as you approach. Now it is clear he's actually holding a what you imagine is likely a ceremonial rapier that is strapped to his hip, and he sort of mans up in his posture a little bit, is the best way to put it. And he goes, good morning. You look dressed for adventure. I assume you're not from around here?
Good morning, my lord. No, we are... I am fairly newly arrived in your fair city. I couldn't help but hear you talk, though, and I wondered if I might ask you about your plans regarding a portion of the city.
My plans? Well, my plans are...
Perhaps hopes.
Yes, my hope for this city.
Well, you see, I have heard much of the wisdom and power of Aspire, but I understand that its resources are sadly limited in their dispersal, and I was wondering if you had any hopes of putting them more in the hands of the common folk, especially those who would be willing to do service and favor to the city and those of import within it.
Oh,
Giving him a very kind of speaking look.
Well, I mean, yes, of course, knowledge is the fundamental backbone of a progressive and budding city. And we, of course, want all of our people to have as much access to it as possible, but as you are no doubt aware, there are certain weapons and threats that are unique to magic that we need to keep the people safe from. So it is hard to say if full unfettered access is what the people really need. But if, and he steps forward, if a motivated and responsible friend of Dalston needed certain access or accommodation, and of course it was in the best interests of the people, it was in the pursuit of something noble, it would be my honor and privilege to make sure they had all the resources at their disposal. Is there something in particular you're looking for?
Oh, well, when one is occupied as I am with traveling the world and confronting all manner of threats, knowledge is always sought after. But you have shown great wisdom in your answer, my lord. I do appreciate it. I heard people talking just yesterday in the Weary's Rest of how suitable you could be for the position, were you to announce.
And he smiles broadly. Did he? Did you know? That's gratifying to hear. I have been serving this city since I was a wee babe, and my father served before me, and his father before him. We are Dalstons by blood. And we want to see it thrive, he says out to his crowd.
And launches into a stump speech.
Yes.
Yeah. Destrian, having delivered the message he desired, will kind of
As
fade
you
back into the
move
crowd.
to walk away, though, he says, you seem to recognize talent, probably because it is something we share.
I certainly like to think so.
Maybe interesting to talk more if we run into each other again. I will remember your face. There
And I yours, my
may,
lord.
if you're the kind of traveler looking for work, I may have some future employment for you.
Your offer is most generous, my lord. Should I wish to, no, of course, now is not an appropriate venue to discuss it. May I call upon you?
Well, it's, and at this point you see he's sort of shuffling about. He doesn't yet know if you are somebody he can afford that kind of invitation to.
What would be, like, in terms of the kind of done thing for a noble, how would somebody in my position typically approach somebody like him in a way that would be sort of acceptable to somebody in his position?
Someone in Destrian Acabrant's position? You wouldn't.
Yes.
He would call on
Fair.
you.
In that case, he wouldn't have asked that question. He would just say, I should be getting back to our rooms at the Weary's Rest.
Weary's Rest, you said?
Yes, we wish to reserve them for at least another night and stay in your fair city. And, well, I'm certain you know that they can be lost if they're not reserved ahead of time.
Ah, yes, I hear that's a very nice establishment. It is good to know. I hope you are in town for a while. Anyway, I must, and he sort of dismisses,
Of course, my lord.
and walks over and starts talking to these people over here. Solus, for what it's worth, this woman has been managing to move through the crowd without bothering anybody, but also everybody seems to naturally just gravitate toward her, but also give her plenty of space, like she's a shark with feeder fish around. And she has actually been paying quite a lot of attention, specifically to Destrian, but to anybody who also seemed to arrive with Destrian.
He's watching us. I would just say out. You've gotten her attention, Destrian. Across the party line.
Why, thank you.
Amelia, hurry up with your shopping.
Wait,
please.
you mean in that... I see it, okay.
Meanwhile,
Would this be-
Amelia... Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just asking what Lucius said.
Oh, he was just like muttering, Amelia, please hurry up with your shopping.
Yeah, Amelia has actually grabbed what she needs. She was able to find what she needs, and she's now just, again... And it's so funny. There's actually a stark difference between the way people treat Amelia naturally and the way people treat the beautiful woman naturally. Like I said, people sort of are gravitated toward her, but give her enough room, just like in awe. Like there's an awe bubble around her. Meanwhile, Amelia, like people almost seem to like deliberately step into her path and walk in front of her, so she's constantly like stop and starting like, excuse, I'm just trying to, please, sorry, I'm not trying to, please, excuse me.
Force move out of her way.
This one just gets like blasted this way, and she's like, what the fuck? And Amelia's like, oh, thank goodness, and starts moving down these stairs. Again, like fully oblivious that anything even remotely happened. And is just trying to get back, but when she gets to the dock area down here, or the promenade area down here, she will turn and wait for you. And if you guys turn to move as you do, she will step forward deliberately, posing herself, trying to make it a little bit difficult, specifically for you, Destrian, to walk by her without specifically acknowledging her.
As soon as she approaches, Destrian would actually just pause and turn to her. Kind of bow his head slightly. My lady?
Proper gentleman. How nice to meet you. And she holds out a hand in that delicate way that women do, where they sort of show you their knuckles. And just, you have to sort of grab her fingers.
Squeeze.
And he would, as delicately as possible, kind of return the appropriate gesture. Just kind of grab her, like lightly hold her fingers and bow his head a little.
An absolute pleasure. You may call me Vivica, and you are?
Destrian. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Vivica.
Destrian. Good name. Very regal.
Thank you. My mother gave it to me.
Well, she has good taste. And then she swivels her eyes over to you, Lucius. All charm, just oozing out of her. And she goes, and you are?
Absolute blank face. Lucius.
Yep, and she's reading that on you, you can tell.
Yeah, he just says Lucius.
Lucius. Well, it's nice to meet you too. Tell me, I happened to overhear you were visiting our fair city. Enjoying the sights so far?
It's been most engaging.
I presume that you've seen, well, the Gilded Streets. And she, because of that earlier check that Solus said and, or sensed, and your knowledge that she seemed to have an issue with the Gilded Alliance, there is no check necessary. You can tell there's just a bit of ire behind her eyes when she says that. Have you taken a turn down any dark streets? They're actually much prettier than you might think.
She's a Black Lantern enjoyer. Let's go.
Well, I'm always open to new welcoming sights. Any that you could recommend we take a stroll along?
Oh, well. It's always a good idea to have a safe harbor on the East Bank, somewhere where you know you'll be able to find some friendly faces. I have a small shop, a laundromat, actually. I would be more than willing to help with your clothes. We offer a variety of services. Quick spin, deep soak. We'll even sew back on any buttons that get ripped off.
Lucius is just like sort of looking back and forth to the left, like just with his eyes only, looking towards Destria and then looking at her like, "Oh, Destria, you should really just keep talking. I should not say anything."
Destrian will actually kind of look down to the rent that is kind of like the scars and everything on his tunic and mail.
Well, you look down and you realize you don't know when, but she has managed to put her hand, just her fingertips, but on your chest in a way that, like, she is very comfortable. But, like, how the fuck did she do that?
He will actually be kind of slightly taken aback by that, but just be like, "Oh, well, thank you, my lady, for the generous invitation. They certainly do sound like the essential services that you provide." Where might we find this laundromat of yours?
Near the docks, on the East Bank. You'll know it when you see it.
If it is anything like you, I'm certain it will be hard to miss.
Oh. You're quite the flatterer, sir. Thank you. And just so we're clear, even if you don't need to get your suds off, I am inviting you round for a friendly chat. Think of it as Dalston's true hospitality. Come share a pot of tea with me quite soon. All of you. And for the first time, she actually takes in these two down here, showing that she was aware of the whole party. I'd like to talk about making friends with the right people. And then she wanders off and starts talking very friendly to these people over here.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I keep almost making time.
You're gonna give me a complex, Tyler.
I will not be tempted. I
A man of God.
am the man of the Lord.
Be gone!
Destria might be tempted. He is, I don't know about his lord, but I got shit to do.
Meanwhile, Lucius just doesn't trust anybody.
Destrian will kind of look over to Lucius, and also broadcasting over the channel to Solus, say, Is it just me, or does it feel like we've taken the first step onto the actual game board of this city?
I thought she was just inviting you to a soapy.
I mean, with any luck.
Yes, now I must
But,
find a way to make sure the Baroness can have a secure position.
Well, I'm certain there'll be openings aplenty in this city before we're through.
We've been here for one day. Don't get involved with politics.
Too late.
But
Oh, I'm
she's
going to
hot,
stand.
though.
And she
Destrian will
smells
actually.
so good.
Don't sleep with politicians. But she's hot.
Oh no, he's
Destrian will look at Lucius and glance down to Scale, and then kind of glance off in the toward the south, to the direction of Ardengrove. And then back to Lucius and say, "Do you want to understand what's going on?"
That's why you're here.
I do. Well, then trust me. I want to understand what's going on, and the people that can help us do that are behind Aspire's walls. Or at least, even if Amelia can help us, what she needs to help us is behind those walls. We can't breach them on our own, so... Politics? Oh, we must play.
Yeah, whatever. Just tell me what you need done.
I'll let you know as soon as anybody needs killing.
And you make your way, talking about slaughtering people, through a city, you know, casually as you do. And again, it does not take you long, especially with Percy's absolute drive. I imagine he's taken Amelia by the wrist and is just dragging her through the streets, and she's just like, "It's fine, it's fine. We'll do
It
this.
is
That's
about
cool."
drive. It is about power. We are going back. We have things to do.
And she gets back here quite quickly. You guys, she is actually seems to be as urgent, respecting the urgency that Percy clearly feels, and just says, "If you'll give me 10 minutes, I should be able to have this all set up and ready to go." And then she will look at Percy and she will say, "Privacy is up to you. They won't necessarily be able to hear or understand anything anyway. This will be quite an internal thing. But if you ask them to step outside, I will ask them to do that as well."
He will actually stride in and look at Destrian and just nod to the door and then keep moving.
Destrian will nod back, turn to Lucius and Solus and say, "I believe he would like some privacy to speak with her."
And so
Fine, I won't read her mind.
And you actually see her raven is apparently perched on a box that she has outside. It has a little nest apparently there, and there is something sparkly in it. It's going full magpie.
You give us smooth.
Destrian's kind of like trying to shepherd Lucius out the door.
You don't have
Dale
to push.
wants you to stay.
But why, though? Amelia,
Yes?
do you have any cotton?
Cotton?
Yes.
Um,
Or wax.
and... Oh, wax, definitely, yes. How much do you need?
Just a little bit.
She points you in this direction where a lot of her canning materials are there, and you can see that she would use wax to seal containers.
So, for Destrian, for your perspective, he would be like, you don't have to rush, and then he'd just stop for a sec. And then that would happen. He would walk over, grab just a little bit, start balling it up in his hand, and just say, I'll pay you if you need some for this. I'd like to observe the process, but I won't be able to hear anything.
You saved my life. She says to you, Lucius, but you can the message is clear to everybody. There's nothing in this shop that you'll pay for.
And I won't look at you. He'll say to Percy, and he'll sit down and put wax in his ears.
Destrian glances at Percy. Basically just like, you're called. Do you want me to drag him out?
Do you say anything?
Well,
Or do you
he,
just
like,
look at me
after
kind of
he...
like,
well, he will look at you kind of with a very obvious question on his face, and if you don't say anything, he would.
he gets the question. He nods, like yes.
And then, he puts his hand on Lucius's shoulder, and kind of before he puts the wax in, I will say, this is his choice.
He would look up. And I made a choice last night that allows him to make this choice. I would like to observe the process, not him or her.
What choice?
I'll tell you later.
Who is asking to stay?
Both.
And what would it cost? If you change your mind.
Comfort should something go wrong. As you are free to insight check.
Yes. Inside.
Oh,
Damn, I wanted you to roll high.
Same.
I mean, yeah, that's funny.
I mean, you can insight check too if you give a fuck. But
I just don't believe you.
yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, no. You think he's might be telling the truth, but you can't really tell. He's kind of deadpan face and almost looks annoyed.
He has asked this of us. Has he not earned it?
That depends. Is he gonna kick me again?
That probably depends.
how about I help? He says, having finished her setup, and she says, would you like to examine the circle?
That would help a lot. As he would, actually.
And she gestures, and makes it known she's willing to tell you all about the different things that she did to create it. It's weird that she can do this.
Yeah. By the way, she is also free to make an insight check.
Oh, let's do that then.
As I will roll an
insight's actually
Arcana
something
check.
She can. You got a 14.
I also got a 14. I'll do that.
And she looks to Percy and she says, it would be good to have some support. If there are any complications, especially since we know that sometimes things surge, although I don't have any reason to believe that will happen. If it does, it might be a good idea to have somebody who knows about these kinds of things, able to react quickly. As I said, I promise he won't be able to hear or experience what you do, but it would definitely reassure me if we could have a second pair of eyes. Is that okay with you, sir?
The entire time, he's looking at Lucius with this... the look of someone who is literally having, like, their soul hollowed out. Like, just all the emotions started when he was sitting in the chair, and it was anger and just irritation and fury and violence, and it just looks like it's being carved away. And it's just this hollow look on his face now. And he looks forward at Lucius, and he walks forward. And he says, in a low voice, not so quiet as to, whisper, but he says, if you reach your sickness to her.
I wasn't trying to.
If you do.
I hope
And he just kind of shrugs a little, and he
you have a
says,
good chat.
I'll kill you.
Okay, so I think we should all calm down and think happy thought. And I am very safe here. I don't know why you're so angry, but focus on her. It makes the connection easy. And then she leans close to you, Percy, and whispers so that only you can hear in a shockingly quiet voice. In fact, is it even out loud, or could this be message? It's hard to tell. She says, no one is going to hurt me. I promise.
Amelia does?
Yes.
without even turning from Lucius, he says, "Not you."
Oh. I will protect her with my life.
And he'll go back up to his corner.
And she will invite you to come join her in this lovely smelling ritual circle, which is not yet glowing with arcane energy or anything like that. But in her hand, she produces a small, very sharp-looking dagger that she has recently oiled. And are you staying inside? So Solus is literally the only one respecting Percy.
Actually, I was just about to message Gandalf, saying that like Destrian kind of glances at Lucius and just sort of, well, first of all, does Percy like seem as though he still wants people to leave?
Give me an insight check.
Okie doke. Hey, finally.
Right? He doesn't seem to care right now. It seemed like that conversation kind of just ended his objections.
Then yeah, he would move to the door, kind of make it obvious that he was about to close them, and sort of shrug an invitation at Solus.
Well, all right. I was gonna see if there was any more Tang meth addicts coming by.
No. But I mean, yeah. I mean, she said that she would be better off with a pair of extra eyes, and so he's gonna keep his around.
Lucius will put wax in his ears still.
Yeah, come join her in the circle. She will ask for you to hold out your hand, and she will say, this is gonna hurt more than it looks like it should. And then she is going to just do the smallest prick on the tip of your left ring finger. And a bead of blood swells up on the pad of your finger, drops to the floor, and the ritual circle ignites in energy and illuminates. Energy surrounds Amelia, actually making it difficult for those who are observing to get a clear look at either of them, as the energy obscures them. And a feeling of connection, of awareness of Willow opens up in a way that you haven't felt in a very long time. And when you look at the face of Amelia, you see overlaid on her the face of Willow, standing before you for the first time in God, how long? And Amelia's voice comes out of Willow's mouth, which is very strange. And she says, We've made the connection. She can only answer your questions. So, ask.
He'll give a slight nod and say, "What can I do to help you?"
And roll 1d6 for me.
Three.
Please take 3 points of damage. You get a sort of sense of a smile. She says, "It is not me who needs help. It is you. You are in danger." Do you have another question?
He actually does sigh, and he'll say, "What danger?"
You don't have to roll damage for this. In an instant, you get another image in your head. It's just a flash. He will come for you. He will come for me. Do you want to probe that more?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
All right, now you've got my attention. What do you mean?
He, the questions that he has are not relating to him at all, and I just want to make that clear, so I'm not trying to get like a double-sided answer here.
Yep. No one's trying to trick you here.
And I'm not trying to trick anyone, and I'm just making that very clear. And he says, "Why does he come for you?"
All right. Roll. Roll 5d6 for me.
Holy shit.
Ah!
22 points of damage. And this time you don't get words. You get images. You believe you're tapping into her memory as she shows you something that can't be right. 'Cause you're there. You're badly wounded. Barely conscious. Gasping. Bleeding from a gaping wound. Dying. You would remember being injured in this way. You can see yourself, you recognize that it's you. But younger you. Wait, that can't be right. You didn't even know her. At this point. And yet, here you are. In her arms. As she's weeping for the life you are about to lose. And she calls out. To the last being she ever wanted to ask for help. And there he is. Fire orange eyes, pale, gaunt face. Impassively staring at the scene. And she pleads with him. Help him. He says, you know how this works. What do I get in return? And she doesn't even hesitate. You can feel she doesn't want to say it, but she has to. You can have me. If you heal him. If you make him better. And we can share a life together. After death separates us, you can have me. And he tilts his head and he arcs an eyebrow. And he says, I will make this like it never happened. He won't remember a trace of it. And she says, anything, just make him better. And he waves a hand, and your injuries knit themselves instantly. And then you sort of fade from here and move along, and she suddenly feels the gaping absence from her heart as she realizes that removing any trace of memory of what happened has removed memory of her from you. And it is like you have never met. And she watches from a distance as you go about your life. Knowing that she is going to watch you forever. She's going to watch you find someone and fall in love and never remember who she was. And then you returned to the forest. Returned to her. You sought her and found her again. Sensed her. Called to her. Remembered her name. Willow is what you called her. As if you've still always known. And then there's a fast forward. She is aware of Varander's presence again in her forest as she waits for you. And he taunts her and says he has run out of patience and has decided to claim what is his. And she says, no, we made a deal. And now you know that part of that deal include you, Percy, being untouchable. Arendor could not end your life, directly or indirectly. But he made no such promise about hers. And he does not care if she must die, for he can always call her back. There is smoke now, and nowhere to run. And you've always wondered why the fire always seemed to move just a little away from you. To keep you safe while the forest around you burned. But something went wrong. He has been unable to claim her, and he could not figure out why. Her spirit cannot be reclaimed. She cannot be brought back. You get the sense that you lost about 3 years between when you remember first meeting her and the image, the scene of your injured body being repaired. For what it's worth, the rest of you do see that suddenly a large gush of blood seems to pour from him and into the circle. A surprising, alarming amount of blood.
Lucius will just say to Desrian, does this count as something wrong?
Do either of them appear to be in actual, distress?
Emotionally, I don't think Sword's ever been through anything tougher, but no, he doesn't appear frightened or and nobody looks like they're losing control.
Destrian kind of shrugs and looks at Lucius and says, he said he was willing to pay the price.
He has bandages, right? By the way, he can't hear you.
Then you just see Destrian's mouth move as he responds.
Yep.
That seems to be the end of the answer to that question. As things sort of buzz between you, do you have any other questions?
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna ask him.
By the way, Percy, you're kind of... perception at disadvantage, please. Lucius, you're gonna get this one for free, because you said you were paying attention. Solus, you also look like you're paying quite keen attention. Who are you paying attention to?
I'm paying attention to sword.
Alright, so Lucius, you're gonna get this one for free. Solus and Destrian, please roll if you would like.
Okay. Perception?
Yes, please.
I'm amazing at these. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, for fuck's sake!
now we are
And-
getting close to the end of the session. Just so you know, I give you a friendly neighborhood reminder.
That's true. I did. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and burn it.
There
Inspiration.
might be another roll after. I'm just, it just popped into my head.
No, fuck it. I always forget anyway. So, yep.
Amelia mentioned the three of you. Percy, did you roll at disadvantage?
Oh, I thought you were. No, I didn't. 11.
Yeah, you don't get anything, but the three of you, Amelia mentioned that Percy would get hurt. Are you all now hovering over
Oh.
hers? Can you see hers?
Uh huh.
Man, she's so much stronger than Percy.
She didn't take as much
I
damage
know,
as Percy.
I figured. I was just joking.
But she is... This is hurting her too.
Activate my divine sense. Do I sense any anything overly untoward?
You actually are now, for the first time, you believe that you are sensing the spirit that they have been referencing, this Willow character. There is an undead presence, not Percy, but very much hovering around these two. You've never picked up on it before, so you think that it's probably got something to do with whatever Amelia has been doing.
Okay. Then I am going to move to the edge of the circle and ready in action where if it looks like either of them are taking another bout of serious damage, I'm going to lay on hands.
Okie dokie. Stepping into this circle, though, by the way, you are sort of accosted by... Yes.
No, yeah, he would stay, if there was, staying outside of the barrier of the swirling power.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
Yeah.
That's no problem. Okie doke. Do you have another question?
Yeah.
You
He'll
get the sense that you
go-
probably have... I mean, you could probably withstand 2 or 3 more of those. But you get the feeling that you're probably going to be pressed.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. He'll go. And if you were dead, would you be safe?
Roll 1d6. Oh, only
Let's
the
go.
1. No. That would be worse.
How do I save you?
You already have. But go ahead and roll 2d6.
Go.
You get a sense that if he were to pass fully, that because of the deal that was made and the specifics surrounding the language, that her servitude is not cut off just because of it. And if he were to try and either resurrect her or bring her back from the dead in some way, the compulsion of the deal would require she accept that and return to life. So if she died, all he would need to do was find somebody with enough power to bring her back from the dead, and then she would be bound to his service in life. And there would be nothing that you guys could do to stop it. And with that, as she says, you already have. You feel her gift on your hand. The piece of her. And that is when Amelia's concentration seems to break. Her surprise evident. She gasps as she loses control of the power, and she goes, "She's not dead." But as she does that, Percy, go ahead and roll me a d20. Okay.
What's that supposed to be?
Fuck you mean okay?
Well,
Next year better be fucking wild, boys.
instantly, and very strangely, in front of you, her body seems to vanish into a swarm of phantom bats. And she... hold on. There. Transforms into a swirl of just ghostly looking bats. And she immediately, basically, misty steps over here. And then, hold on, because I think...
She does the Skyrim vampire dash.
Nope.
Here's the poor funny thing, poor goddamn Amelia. You will notice that in the square she left, she dropped everything she was holding, wearing, or equipped with. She then shrieks and vanishes from this spot. You hear as she moves around.
I'm gonna do my best to get out of her way.
You see as she collects stuff, it sort of vanishes as she sort of picks it up and puts it in her hand, and she goes, "Just 1 minute." And I think that is where we will end for this evening, as she walks back out, fully dressed again. Incredible blush on her cheeks. Unless there's final things you wanted to say.
I'm pretty sure Percy has some stuff he wants to say.
Just for fucking funny little one-liner dramatic effect, right? Like, why not? Ignore me as I Google things.
They're both.
Percy
bleeding.
is gonna-
Oh, sorry.
I'm fucked up, bro. Percy's gonna look at Destrian after kind of stunned stumble walking out of the way, and he'll just kind of not absent-mindedly. That's not right. Almost like an echo of his own voice, like not there, hollow again, if you will. He'll say, "Hey, I have to break the deal. What do I do?"
Destrian kind of puts his hands on your shoulders to steady you for a moment.
Yeah, because I was about to say, I absolutely do just kind of fall over.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Destrian will kind of steady you. And actually, he's going to put 5 points of lay on hands. I'm not expecting it to do anything, but he puts 5 points of lay on hands. As like the kind of opalescent flame you are familiar with sort of ignites around him and runs down his arms and suffuses you for a moment. And he meets your eyes and just says, "You break it. Anything that stands in your way, we break it."
And then he looks up at you, kind of, because he's leaning a bit on the crate next to him. And he looks at you with a cold resolve, but he's still kind of shaking a little, very little, like clearly not like scared or shocked or even surprised shaking, like muscles in pain shaking. And he says, "I have to break him."
Then he'll be broken. And he kind of holds out his hand to sort of help you stand up straight from the crate.
And he takes it and does so.
He will be broken is the last thing that rings out in Amelia's modest little cannery as the darkness descends. And we find ourselves at the end of the session.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
Sad means now we have to wait until next year.
I know!
No!
You're telling me I gotta wait not only until the beginning of next year to resume, but probably around like the end of next year to be able to fucking have my fucking this moment. Man.
I doubt that. Yeah, it's not gonna be for a while.
Oh, that's the. Oh, you underestimate my willingness to die to punch a douchebag in the face.
I must break
You may be able to kill.
disintegrated.
Yeah.
You may be able to kill me with but a word, but I will punch you right in the chest before you do that.
So you remember how, like, Percy was, like, the strong, silent type in Arden Grove, and it was, like, really difficult to get you to, like, talk to anybody? You might be finding that this might be the oops, all Percy arc.
Arc, yeah.
So, you know how, like, arson and violence kind of sound the same, and how, like, Percy and all of those words, arson and violence, all kind of sound the same, and how, like, breaking an elf in half kind of sounds this, like, it's all kind of the same thing, really. So next session's gonna be wild. That's gonna be
It's gonna be good. Family friendly fun.
yeah.
I'm excited.
Oh. Gonna end the stream and recording.
All right.
Everybody.